Hey Coaster friends, it's Adam here from Pause Games and welcome back to Planet Coaster. In this mega video today, we are splitting up the entire build of Clapboard Studios into two huge videos. This is part one, so enjoy 5 hours of Clapboard Studios. This is the first 20 episodes and the final 20 will be in another video coming up soon. So sit back, relax, get yourself some food and enjoy 5.5 hours of Clapboard Studios. and welcome to a brand new series. This is Clapboard Studios. Now what this is going to be is a brand new park build based on the Studios Pack DLC that was released a few days ago. Now this park is going to be a Disney Hollywood Studios, Universal Studios style park using some of the new rides and attractions as well as a lot of the existing rides in the game, but using a lot of the new pieces and theming and animatronics that was introduced in the Studios Pack. So let's first of all have a look at the time lapse of putting the little finishing touches on this entrance plaza, and then at the end of that we'll have a little bit more of an in-depth look at what we've done for the entrance of this park. Okay, so let's talk through exactly what we've got planned for this build then. So I want to make a theme park very similar in style to that of Universal Studios and Disney's Hollywood Studios. So that's the plan. Obviously this pack that was released a few days ago is really geared up for that style park, so I might as well give it a go. It's not going to be the biggest of parks in the world, it is mainly just going to be so we can really utilise some of these brand new pieces and some of these new rides and make an awesome park. So that is the plan. So for this little entrance plaza then that we're just starting work on here, I just wanted there to be a little bit of a sort of entrance gate. So I used this archway as well as a few of the new wall pieces, which you'll see in a second, which are the new tiles, and then we put some of the classic Planet Coaster fencing on top. So that's what we're doing just here. Like I say, it's just an entrance archway, so to speak, just to break up between this really crappy cave area and the main park entrance. So from this archway onwards, imagine that's where the car parks, the buses and all that kind of stuff is. I'm not making this park exactly realistic to like a real life park, as I don't think that really links in with the style of animatronic and theming that this park is going to have. So that's why I'm not going to put as much detail in this as there is in my Hysteria Valley build, which is a very realistic based park, which you can also check out here on the channel if you haven't done so already. So all we're doing here is putting a little bit of planting around the edge, as well as a little bit of fencing just to cap off the area. This fence then extends backwards into the greenery, again just to cap off the area itself. So what else we're going to have in the plaza? At the moment I haven't really decided just yet whether there's going to be any more shops or anything in there, but I think for the time being I think I'll just keep it quite open. A few benches, some trees, a couple of bins, you know, that kind of stuff, but generally I want to keep that entrance plaza quite open. Now, going through the entrance into this back portion, I wanted there to be a lovely feature as you walk through the front door. So the plan for this is going to be a fountain. Now this Planet Coaster symbol has been in the game since day one. I've never really found a use for it. So what I'm planning to do with this, as I've used it on top of the main entrance feature on the building, I think this could be quite the logo of the park. I mean, I know it's the Planet Coaster logo, however I think it fits quite nicely with this Studios kind of feel. It's very similar to a Universal Studios style logo, so I think it works quite well being used in this kind of environment. So it's a very simple fountain with a bit of water dropping halfway down and some steam coming out the bottom of it. The actual surrounding here we turn into a little bit of a flower display. I put a little bit of a pond underneath that, and again just to make this area a little bit better. At first I was going to go for this kind of concrete look, but I just thought it looked a bit too harsh, so that's why we do remove that in a little while and try a few other pieces. I tried again this rock, don't think I like that either, so we go back to grass in a second. And I think it works quite well, using a few topiaries and a few of the little bits of sort of bush and flowers. I am going to go back and alter the colours I think of these, just to give it a little bit of variety, as at the moment it's very yellow, which is not a bad thing, but I just want to mix it up a little bit as it's very much the default colouring at the moment. So that's what this is here, just in the centre as you walk through, and to be honest most of that is what we've done in this episode, and there's not much more really other than little tweaks here and there. So I've done a little bit on lighting, and I've also put in the first bits of actual usable stuff into the park. So inside the 2 outer archways in the building, in a few moments you'll see that we start building the information kiosks, and that is just something again to make the space usable, as I did have it in mind that there'd be something in there. That's why I left this little bit of space to either side. And like I say, in real life they may be the entrance ticket booths potentially, but obviously in this I am just using it for information kiosks, so they might be selling fast tracks and that sort of thing, you know. So that's what we're doing just here, is sticking in those entrance booths, the information booths, sorry. So that's the first usable stuff that we've put in the park. I'm not going to put much else in the sort of ticket side of things. Like I mentioned before, I'm not going to have this as an exact realistic park. It's going to be a lot more fantasy, just so we can let our imaginations run wild, really, as this game does warrant that. And I'm doing a lot of realistic stuff in Hysteria Valley, so it'd be nice to get 2 different styles of park here on the channel. So moving forwards then to the other side where we have the fountain, there are going to be buildings around that, and that's what we're going to start in the next episode, and that's going to make up the kind of entrance area of the park itself. So that's where you're going to find like gift shop, first aid, maybe some slight food outlets, just very light stuff, just to welcome you into the park itself. And then I'm going to start work on the very first ride. Now the plan that I think I'm going to do, directly centre as you walk straight through the door, straight through those gates, and directly behind the fountain, I think is where we're going to have the backlot tour. So very much inspired by Hollywood Studios in Paris, as you walk through the main gates and you've got the backlot tour directly in front of you currently. Now that is obviously going to be down for renovation soon as they build the brand new expansion to that park, but at the moment that is still there, and I want to take that influence and use it in this park, as this is going to be very much a backlot kind of studio style feel to this park, which is what this pack is based on and geared up for. So that's what we're going to do towards maybe the next episode or the one after, is start work on that, so then we can really get our teeth into the brand new ride and just see how it works and try and figure out what scenes we want to put in there. Now obviously the other new ride which we are definitely going to put in this park is the Remotion, which is the simulator style ride, which is heavily inspired by the Harry Potter ride in Universal Studios, which does use a robo-arm style simulator. So that is definitely something that will be in this park. Again, we're going to showcase it. It'll probably be a IP, in sort of inverted commas, IP, maybe a Planet Coaster IP, or maybe something external. I haven't quite decided yet, but it's definitely going to be quite a grand main e-ticket style ride, that one. And we probably will have a play around with the Horror Hotel, or whatever it's called, Horror Heights, as well at some point during this build. Okay, so let's have a look through the entrance to the Pause Games Studios. So as we come in here, we've got the lovely entrance area in front of us. Just to the left and right, we've got some nice gardens and fencing, using some of the new studio lamps to light the way. Straight down the centre is into the park itself. Left and right are our information kiosks. And then directly in front of us as we enter the park is this lovely Planet Coaster water feature. So let's jump into the daytime and have a little bit of a closer look around. Okay, so this is how it looks in the day. So a nice little bit of floral arrangement I've done to the edge. This is just to keep it just pleasing to the eye, with this fence around the back. I think I will put a bit more foliage around here just to enclose the area a little bit more, but that's something I will do off camera. Over here, hidden Mickey. Over here is the entrance structure, which we did make in the previous video. So if you haven't seen the launch video, check back on that and you can see a time lapse of putting all this together, as well as the display sequence that I did for that preview. So the idea here is these are going to be a couple of information / ticket booths. However, real life, you're already in the park, as the entrance is just sort of here. So I'm not going to do it as as realistic as I perhaps would have done in my Hysteria Valley build. This is going to be a lot more based on the theme and the rides more than it being realistic. So as we get through into this section here, we've got this nice little fountain, which is just at the entrance, just here, and then there's a nice little overview just of the building itself. So that is about it for today, guys. Welcome to a brand new part build. This is Pause Game Studios. The name is a working title. We'll probably replace the name for something a little bit better as we go forward, as well as the logo that is on that main building. That is just a placeholder for now. Hello guys, welcome back to Pause, and welcome back to Pause Game Studio, the park build. Now, in this episode today, the time-lapse is a brand new street that is behind the main entrance building that you can just see here. So we've started work on that, a couple of shops, a bit of theming, a bit of backstage, and also a subway area. So that's what we're doing in today's episode. But before we get into the time-lapse, I just want to show you a few little details that we have changed here on the entrance. We've done this off camera just to make it look a little bit nicer. So added a few more details to the front, and we've raised up the logos to the side as well, and we've also put in some cash machines just inside the center just here. So I think it looks a little bit better with the extra details, looks a little bit more finished. There's still a few more bits that I might do and come back to this as we go. I still want to update the logo at the top, and that's something that we'll do shortly. So as you can see, a little bit of a hint at the street that we've done at the back here. So let's jump into a time lapse and I'll show you exactly what we've made. So there we go, that's exactly everything that we've made so far in the actual park just here. So let's go a little bit closer and see exactly what we've done. So over this side, first of all, we have put in a brand new facade. This isn't going to be a usable shop, but it is just a facade building. As well as that, we've put in the start of our staff-only areas just here, with a ladder that takes you up to the roof for maintenance. Around the back here, it's just a fenced-off area with access to the shops, with a little bit of a generator. So just starting up the backstage area, again to give it a little bit of realism. Over this way, we've got a bit more of the props on the floor, as well as a usable bin. Over here, we've got a camera supply store, which is from the outside. It's actually a Gulpy and a Cosmic Cow. So that's the first of the stores here in the park. I'm going to do a bit more work on the inside of it, as it's very plain. But so far, that is what we've got, as well as this nice little dummy of a guy holding a camera. So he's in there. Lovely. Over this way, we've got a closed-off area of an old abandoned shop. Loads of random bits of theming, bins and all that kind of stuff, as well as a subway just here. So that's what we've done on this side of the main street area. It's going to be more of a central hub than a main street, as it's going to sort of come around this way and lead off here into what's going to be the backlot tour, which is the first ride we're going to build, and then sprouting off either side from this point is where we're going to have the rest of the park. So the other thing we've done as well, just in this centre island, I've had a little bit of a lighting show. So if I just jump it into the evening, you'll be able to see exactly what we've done. So all I've done here is got these 4 lights. They're on a sequence to trigger every couple of seconds, and also fade a rotation of light changes, so colour changes around in a circle. So you can see it's going from that to blue. It's just very basic. I'm just trying to get to grips of the new features with lighting and the new triggers. So far I'm finding them very, very useful. So that was just a little test to see what we can do. I'll probably not keep this, as at the moment I've got a little bit too much lighting going on. But it is the entrance of the park. I want it to be quite grand. So that's what we've done just here. So that's today's episode, guys. If you've enjoyed this, drop us a like down below. If you've got any questions, queries, comments or suggestions, drop those down as well. And if you haven't done so already, please subscribe to the channel. Hello guys, welcome back to Pause, and welcome back to the Pause Games Studio Park build. Now in today's episode, we have started work on the very first dark ride here inside the studio park. Now just at the end of our first main high street just here, we've got the very first ride, which is Hollywood Tour, Journey Through the Movies. So here's a little time lapse of putting this little ride together so far. Then at the end we'll have a quick look and see what we've done in the first half of this build. So there we go, guys. That is a quick time lapse showing how we put this first half of the Hollywood Tour ride together. So let's delve in and explore a little bit deeper. So currently this is the entrance house here. As you can see, their Hollywood Tour sign, journey through the movies, and just and all the equipment and the facade just there. The queue line still needs a bit of work. Basically, you come through this way. We've still got a bit of work to do on the station just here, but currently this is how it looks. Let's jump into the night mode, as it is a dark ride, to see how it should be looking. There we go. So currently this is what we have to start us off. Obviously the roofs and stuff still need to go on, and as the rides go on we enter into the first scene. So the general idea of this ride is that it's going to be a journey through the movies and a kind of look behind the scenes of putting the movies together. So it's a kind of cross between a backlot tour and also the Great Movie Ride. So we've got the Hollywood Hills just to start, just as you come into the ride. Obviously this lovely light welcome. Again, I'm obsessed with using these lights. I'm going to find ways to use them everywhere I can. So they're just there at the entrance. And then generally the rest of it is just scenes that you could say are movie scenes, and, well, very tediously anyway. And through here we've got another scene with a truck, and then just some random bits and features. So if this was a real ride, these would be just clips from real movies, just as you're going through, just to give you the kind of idea that these clips are the scenes that you're about to go through. That's generally the idea of it. It's not going to be their most themed ride, this one. This is just a little filler attraction. So it's about half done so far. So you put a little bit more theming around this corner, and then it'll bring it back into the station. So it's only a very, like I say, a very filler ride. But I just wanted to put something in. I just wanted to get some ride in behind the entrance facade just here, and it fits quite nicely in this footprint behind the main street. As once you're down at street level, you can't see the warehouse, and that's the plan. There'll be more trees through here, but generally from guest perspective you will not be able to see that warehouse at all from any aspect, from any point in the park. And that's generally what we're going to go for. So to make it realistic, using sound stages that are hidden away behind facades, and that's exactly what we've done just here. Even from the park entrance, I'm going to do it, fill it in a way where the trees around here cover up the building. I mean, it's a nice neutral colour anyway, so even if you do spot it through the trees, you're not really going to notice it. And that's generally how we're going to tackle this park with regards to the indoor rides. I want them to be hidden away in their own little sections using facades. So that is today's episode, guys. I hope you've enjoyed this video. There'll be another episode in a few days where we finish off the Hollywood Tour and then get carrying on building this little hub area. I'm still planning to put the main backlot tour ride using the new tour bus ride. Entrance is going to be around this way. What we've done here is actually we've put a new pathway in, so this side and this side all links into one path now. So this is actually going to branch off into another area just here, and then it'll be very similar around the other side, branch off that way, and there'll probably be another ride around here, the backlot tour there, and we might fill something else around the back here. So it's not going to be a very massive, huge park, but there's probably going to be, I don't know, 8, 9, 10 rides in here, a couple of restaurants, that sort of thing. But it's starting to come together, and you can sort of generally see the angle I'm going for. So that's it for today, guys. We'll finish off this ride next time. If you've got any questions, queries, comments or suggestions, drop them down below. And if you haven't done so already, please subscribe to the channel. And also don't forget to like this video. Cheers, guys. This is episode number 4. And today we are going to finish off the Hollywood Tour Dark Ride, which is the first ride in the park. There'll be a little bit of a POV, and we'll also put in the first bit of the new area, which is going to be behind this fountain. And it's a little courtyard over here that's going to lead to the first major ride of the park, which will be the backlot tour. So that's what we're doing in today's episode. Strap in for a time lapse. Here we go. Okay guys, so there we go. That's the Hollywood tour journey through the movies complete. So it's only a very small dark ride that goes through some backlot and movie sets here in the Studios Park. Now in today's episode we are starting work on the backlot tour. Now that's going to take place just behind the entrance fountain that you can see on your screen right now. So if you haven't caught up with the series so far, please do go back and check out the first couple of videos from this series. And if you've done that, let's get into the time lapse. Okay guys, welcome back. So let's take a look at what we've done today. So let's start off by looking at the brand new backlot tram tour entrance area. So it comes through just this way. We've got a coffee shop over that side and a toilet block over this side. A bit more work obviously needs to be done around here on the pathing, but this is going to be the entrance to the backlot tour. So these are fake movie posters to the side just here, a little bit of foliage, and this entrance sign here using billboards and Planet Coaster signage. So that is the main focus coming into the park. So if we jump down this way and show you the view from the entrance, you can see that is quite a focal point as you come into the park. And that is the angle I'm going for, so that is your main ride as you come in. That's the plan. So what else have we done in today's episode? We've done a little bit of work on the backstage area just around this way. We've removed the fence and we've incorporated these two buildings into one now by sticking some more staff doors just here, and also on the roof we've fitted another ladder and some aircon units, so again adding to a little bit of realism on this park. I asked what ride theme would you like to see us create inside the Studios park. Now a massive 76 votes were cast on this poll, so a massive thank you to everybody who did vote. Now the results came back with Planet Coaster characters and Horror House / Horror with 11%. Pirates of the Caribbean got 21%. Jaws got 22%. And a clear winner was Back to the Future with 36%. So what we're going to do with that result is, over this side over here, a brand new Back to the Future experience ride. It will be coming to the park. Now it's going to be in this little ignore that. It's going to be in this little area of the park just over here. Once we've finished with the hub area, this section will contain a Back to the Future ride or attraction. Haven't decided what it's going to be just yet. So that is thanks to you guys and your input on the YouTube poll. Now there's going to be plenty more of these as we go through this park to discuss themes for rides, attractions, shows, that sort of stuff. But like I say, this is the first one that you guys have picked. So thank you ever so much to everybody out there who did vote in the poll, and keep your eye out for many more still to come. So that will come very soon to the park, but right now let's head back over to the backlot tram tour. I'll get my words out eventually, and let's head into a time lapse of putting the actual track together. So let's jump in now guys, enjoy. Okay folks, welcome back. So we have made a start on the backlot tram tour, so let's have a wander through the queue line and have a look at what we've done today. So first of all, the queue line building and queue theming is in. So the general idea is there's random little props all the way around the queue with little placards, little signs that show what made up movie they're from. So I've gone through and made up a little hell of a load of movies. So for example, we've got Fantasy Quest, Deep Escape, Pirate Battle, Mermaid Fight 2, Death Market. You see, these are all some, you want to see all these movies, they're great. And of course, Back to the Future. So the only real movies and IPs that I'm going to use so far are the ones that are in the game, and obviously Back to the Future does have a pack, so that is why that is in there. Moving on, we've got Merchant Terror and Temple of Hatred, and over this side we have got The Clam 3, Juggles Endgame, so yep, that guy. Deep Space 7, yep, that's the best movie ever. The Fat Witch, everyone's favourite Sunday morning movie, which is great. Over here we have got Princess Dreams, and finally Smuggler's Chest. So those are the random movie props that we've got in the queue line. So generally the backlot tour, for anyone who hasn't been on one of these rides, so let's zoom out and see the layout. The tour is going to start heading up this way, and we're going to cross through some scenes and props from movies. Most of the movies that are going to be in this ride are going to be Planet Coaster themes, so using the props and things that we have in the game so far. Back to the Future and some other real movies may appear in this ride at some point. I haven't quite decided yet, but that's next episode where we get working on the actual attraction itself. These circle bits and midway through the ride, I'm going to do 3 points where there's a kind of show element. So this circle area here, I'm going to have the tram tour stop about halfway, and there's going to be a little show element there. Another one on this corner just here, and another one just there. And then in between each area is just going to be random movie props. So that's generally the idea for the ride, and that's what we're going to get cracking in the next episode. And the other thing that we've done today, we've just made a start on the exit shop to the ride. This is something that's quite common in these kind of parks and these kind of attractions. So you exit into a gift shop. Now I'm going to deck this all out with as many items as I can to make it look quite a realistic shop. But in terms of the actual game, in here we've got a balloon and a hat stall, just to make it an actual shop element to it. But I will theme this a lot more, and also the outside of the building needs a bit more detailing. So that's all going to happen in the next episode, as well as actually starting on the ride itself. Now in today's episode we are continuing work on our backlot tour, and we get about the first quarter of the ride complete. We put in some new scenes and also one grand finale scene. Now I say finale, there's going to be 3 of these big scenes throughout the ride, and the general idea is taking inspiration from existing backlot tours around the world, including ones at Disney and Universal. They generally have scenes in them where the vehicles stop, and then a movie scene will play out around you, normally using fire, special effects and that kind of thing. And that's the plan that we're going for with this ride. And we put the first one of those scenes in just towards the end of this video. And like I mentioned, there's going to be 2 more throughout the ride as well, and we'll get to those in future videos. So here is a time lapse, guys, of putting this little bit of little first bit of the ride together. I'll be back at the end of the video in some live footage to have a closer look around everything we've done today. Okay folks, so we've done the very first part of the backlot tour today, so let's have a closer look and have a look what we've done. So first of all, as we enter the ride, we go into the first scene, which is the car lot, and here are 3 vehicles taken from made up movies. So this is Cops 5, and this is the stunt chase car, that's just there. Out of the way. Next up we've got Home Invasion and Derek's minivan, that's there. And over here we've got Fearless Drivers and a SWAT attack vehicle. So that is the first scene of the ride, where we've got just this little sort of garage area with these prop cars. Next up over here we have the boat lot. So head over onto the water for 3 more prop vehicles. First up, from River Adventure, we have Brian's Rowboat, everyone's favourite movie. Next it's Shark Attack 2, and that is the tour boat. And then over here from Pirate Treasure we have the Grand Wreck. That's just there. Then moving over to this side, another prop from Pirate Treasure. And this, oh, I haven't actually changed this. That is going to be, let's just call it Fountain for now. There we go. Come up with a better name for that later on. So there we go. So a lot of these props that I've used in the next couple of scenes are actually blueprints from Planet Coaster, but it fits quite well with this ride, as it's like a showcase of props. In our case, the props we're using are the blueprints. So here we go into the first main scene of the Backlot Tour, and this first scene is from a 2016 movie, Escape from Sand Dunes. Again, completely all made up. So, as we first come through here, a couple of movie props from the movie, a couple of scenes depicted from the movie as well, so a couple of plane crashes. This is again a blueprint, but it depicts a scene from the made up movie. More random props as we go around the corner just here. And we also cross under this very impressive structure, which is a lovely archway from a temple. So my plan for this ride, at 3 different points throughout the journey, there's going to be a place where the ride will stop and a scene will play out. Now this first scene just here is only a short one, but it does involve this plane crash just here. So let's have a watch and see the scene play out. There we go, so a little scene. Like I say, just a few explosions, and that is it for this area of the ride. So you can say there's going to be 3 of these scenes utilising 3 of the different fake movies that we've made for this ride. We are continuing work on the Backlot Tour. So in the last one we made the first quarter of the ride, a couple of prop scenes, and then a big animated scene using some of the adventure pieces. Now moving forward into the next section of the ride, we're going to do another scene where the ride stops, and it's going to be on this section just here. This one's going to be a lot more elaborate, and it's going to be a lot more of a show scene. So that's today's episode. One thing I'm also going to do, I've been reading through the comments from you guys, so thank you ever so much for all the support you've been giving the channel and this series so far. One of the main things that I've seen is that there's quite a few people who are saying the original dark ride that we built over here, the Hollywood Tour, could do with a few changes. So towards the end of this video, I'm going to head back into this ride and make a couple of alterations, try and make it flow a little bit better. But one thing I will say is just remember, this ride at the entrance here, the Hollywood Tour, was always supposed to be a very low budget ride, and it's just kind of a very low budget, small dark ride, giving the impression of a studio, a kind of great movie ride style attraction. But I've listened to your feedback, guys. I'll jump back in and we'll make a few changes. So thank you again for all the comments that you've given so far on these videos. So enough of that, let's jump into the time lapse and let's get started on the next scene of the ride just here. Okay guys, so we've done a little bit of work today on the second main scene of the ride, so let's jump in and have a look at what we've done today. So in the last episode we put together this adventure style movie scene, and then today we've done a little bit more work on the next scene of the ride. So the first thing we've done just over here is a brand new prop from Shark Attack 2. It's Finn the robot, everyone's favourite animatronic. So he's just here. And then we move into the next main movie scene of the ride. This is a cops and robbers style scene, obviously depicting from a made up movie that I've made up. So here we're using a lot of the not billboards, what's the word I'm looking for? Blueprints. A lot of the blueprints in the game. So as before, the blueprints are acting as our movie scenes here. So that's how we're doing it with this ride. We've also got a few of the green screens to give the impression of depth. This works a lot better in the dark. So we've got around random movie crew people, some cameras, lighting, all that kind of stuff to give the impression this is an active movie scene. So the ride stops here. So as mentioned before, there's going to be 3 points during this ride where the vehicle stops and a scene plays out. Now the scene in question here is a robber and police chase involving the bank over the far side. It also includes some pyrotechnics, including the explosion from this car here. And there's also a fire effect on the vehicle just here. So we'll have a look next time. So here is the scene as it plays out. This car crashes, which causes an explosion. And then this car here explodes, which causes this guy to fall over. So this is our second scene. And yeah, so this is our grand movie style scene using a lot of the props in the Studios pack. So what I've also done in this episode, I've gone through the entire ride and lit it accordingly, as that's something I didn't do in the last episode. So as you can see, everywhere around this scene is lit. I'm using the brand new lighting to depict the certain scenes that I want to be on show. So a lot of these lighting rigs, I say, are the brand new ones which were added in the Studios pack. The rest of the ride scenes, if I go back to the beginning, have also been lit along with the station and the queue using the new studio lights, which I think are absolutely brilliant. I think they look great. Just on the floor like that, I think they look really good, because these kind of movie parks would use these kind of lights just to light up scenes and trees and stuff. So that's exactly what we've done. So a lot of this lighting around to again draw the eye to the places where I want you to see. So here we've got the lighting built as part of the bridge, showing the props here on the water. And then the same again, this whole scene through here with the adventure style, again lit nicely with the movie prop lights. So that's about it for today, guys. As I mentioned at the start, I have also done a little bit of touch-ups inside the Hollywood tour. I've just done a few things in there, nothing really worth showing, but just a couple of things that we've mentioned in the comments. Stuff like the floor in one of the scenes just needed changing to match. Some scenes were a bit too dark, some audio was a bit random, and I've also had a quick look at the billboards in there as well that are showing the movies. So in the last one, we created this scene in front of us just here, which is from the movie Cops 5, The City. So this is a recurring movie that we've made up that is going to appear quite a few times in this ride, and there's been prop vehicles and other things mentioned from this fake movie. Now, moving on today, the next scene of the ride is going to take place over this way, just here. We're going to add a few more little prop scenes to the little pathway up here, and also to the exit path just there. And then what we're going to do is start working on the third and final grand scene of the ride. Now, the plan for this is a sort of post-apocalyptic style scene. So this is going to be a very rundown, futuristic kind of area where, I don't know what the movie's going to be called yet, I haven't got that far. But generally, imagine a world where everything's destroyed and there's only a few different groups of humans left. I mean, there's various movies that have followed this kind of theme. So that is the idea of this area. It's going to be a very grand scene. What I've done, I've scoured the Steam Workshop and I found a couple of blueprints from various people out there. So if you see yours in this video, many thanks for your creativity. So as I've mentioned before, I am using blueprints as props in this ride. So those are our equivalent to movie scenes. So this post-apocalyptic area and grand scene is going to be on this area of the backlot tour. So enough of talking about it. Let's jump into a time lapse and let's get started. Okay guys, so welcome back. Right, so let's have a look through in a bit more detail what we've done today. So just to cap off the last scene that we did in the last episode, we've added a few more props just to the end just here. So we've got from Fearless Drivers the tour bus. Over this side from Cops 5 we have Bill's taxi. Over here from Warzone 2 we have tank number 4. And just at the end over there from Mandy's Adventure we have the News Chopper 1. So again, these are just made up movies that we add in throughout this experience. Now, moving on to the post-apocalyptic scene. As the bus arrives, this is going to be our grand finale scene for the ride. So this is the third and final scene. As you can see here, there's a little traffic light. Just tell the bus driver whether it's okay to come into the scene. And this is what we're greeted with. This is Apocalypto, a 2016 movie. So, the scene begins with some crashed tour buses, which aren't really props. They're just there to kind of give you the idea that something is a little bit wrong. So as we move through, we've got quite a few props. Again, like I mentioned before, I'm using blueprints as movie props. So thank you to the guys who made these and put them up on the Steam Workshop. So the first one from the movie, Apocalypto, here's Hal's Hooch. This is a brilliant little blueprint that I found, this one, and there's another store around the other side. Now in the actual game they are meant to be food stores, but here we're just using them as props. And I think they look great, it's kind of like a junkyard type thing. Around the area we've got some rocks, some abandoned cars, and sort of dead trees. Also using the burning embers effect, which is the only place really I can think to use this in this park. Again, realism, this wouldn't be there. You wouldn't have burning embers in a theme park, but for the sake of this ride it works. Now moving on, we've got this amazing blueprint that I found, which is kind of like an orcs village. It reminded me very much of something out of World of Warcraft, to be perfectly honest with you. I think it's absolutely beautiful. So what we've done is we've used this as our centerpiece in our post-apocalyptic area. So the way it works, you come around this corner, the smoke disguises the two scorpions, who then begin attacking the train, one side, one at the other. And then some explosions go off inside the orc village, and the whole place sets on fire. So that is the idea of this scene. There is audio triggers as well as lighting. So when it's in the dark, there's strobes and all kind of stuff kicking off, and then the fire fades away and it resets for the next bus. So this is our big finale grand scene, and again I think this is an absolutely incredible centerpiece. So many thanks to the person who made this and uploaded it to the Steam Workshop. It's absolutely incredible. So here's that scene again, just as it there we go, and then all the explosions happen in the building, works its way up, then it all sets on fire. And that is our scene. Okay, so moving on to the end bit of this area. Again, this is very much the finale scene, so oh, I've just noticed that's floating, I'll sort that out in a bit. So over here we have another abandoned building. This is from Apocalypto, and it's Hal's Junk Shop. So that's just there. We've reused a few of these buildings the other way around to give the perspective that it's a different build, which is a nice little feature that I've discovered. So just turn around, it looks like a completely different building. So here's a couple of abandoned shacks, another one just over here, and this takes us to the end of the post-apocalyptic area. So that is how it looks from above, guys, and that is today's episode. So that is the third and final scene in this backlot tour. So there's a tiny little bit left to do just at the end of the ride, just here, that brings it back into the station, and then we've just got a little bit of more work to do in the shop at the end. So altogether, guys, this is coming together quite nicely. So here's an overview of the entire ride so far. So we've got the entranceway just here, those first couple of prop scenes, our adventure area where we've got a nice we've got some nice explosions. Over here we've got a lovely car chase scene with some stunts involving vehicles. And then obviously over this side today we've just done this post-apocalyptic scene using some of these amazing blueprints. And in today's episode we are finishing off the backlot tram tour. So also off camera we've made a few changes to the entrance plaza, added more details to the buildings and put in this nice entrance pathway. So let's start off this video by checking out what we've done off camera. So the first thing that we've done is added a few more details to these entrance buildings as they were looking a little bit boring. So we've added some actual decals to the walls and added a new roof piece on the top. Same goes for the camera supply store over here. Again, a few extra details on the inside and the outside, just there. And we've also added this new wooden roofing piece just up here. So the other thing that we've done is done a little bit of work on this main street. So the pathway down towards the backlot tour, we've added some trees and planters and some benches and bins just there. And then the other thing over here towards the left hand side and the exit to the Hollywood tour ride, we've added another little street with some planters just down here. We've done some more buildings and fake facades here. These are basically just covering up the queue line building of the ride. And then down here we've added a new toilet block and also just themed the exit of the Hollywood ride with the billboards that we've done in the queue. So that's what we've done so far, guys. Let's say we've added these little details just here to make this a little bit more realistic and just to add some depth to this side of the park. Across this way we'll lead off into another section of the park which is going to be over here, so that's something for the future. As obviously we were doing work last time, we've got the backlot tour over here to finish off, the store over here to finish off, and then eventually we'll get started on the Back to the Future Dark ride, which is going to be over this location of the park. So let's get on with today's video and get started with a time lapse finishing off the backlot tram tour. Okay, so the final scene of the ride is now complete. So let's take a look at Lockjaw's Revenge, the scene. So it starts out with this lovely pirate theming just over here. And we've got the big galleon ship just in the water. A huge pirate battle is taking place. So we've got some pirates on the boat and some on the shoreline, and this big battle scene is playing out just here. To the other side we've got a little pirate town, a little village. So again, this is a recreation of a scene from the movie. Remember, it's a made up movie, but play along. So this is the big battle scene. And over here we've got some more props from various pirate movies. Pirates 2, there's the mermaid statue. And then over here we've got a few more pirate related props. From Waves, it's the captain's wheel. From Pirates, it's the town fountain. From Jailbreakers, it's the sewer jail prop. And from Lockjaw's Revenge, it is Captain Lockjaw himself. Just there. And this brings us into the end of the ride and back into the station, where we will see you in the movies. So that is the end scene pretty much complete. The other thing that we've done is a few little touch-ups inside the station itself. So we've added this new little back area, mainly to block the view from the station into the sort of behind the scenes, but also just to add a few extra props to the station. From, again, various movies, and we put them on these little podium, little pedestals, just to make it look a little bit better. So that is the Backlot tour pretty much complete. Off camera I'm going to do a little bit of touching up in terms of lighting and audio and things like that. So there'll be a complete full POV coming soon. I'm not going to do it in this video. Like I said, I've still got a few little finishing touches to do. And also we've had quite a few comments and suggestions from you guys, so again, thank you ever so much for your comments. One of the things I have done is removed the helicopter that was going around this scene. It didn't really add to it, and for realism's sake it made no sense, so that's gone. So thank you to whoever suggested that. And I'm going to do the same throughout the ride, so any other comments you've got, things you've noticed that you think look a bit wrong, you think should be changed, let me know. I'll have another pass at it and we'll make some changes before we do the POV. Okay, so moving on. One other thing I've just done, I did this off camera because I didn't want to do it and bore you guys, so I've just done the interior of the studio store as well. So in here we've got a bit of the funky wallpaper from the spooky pack. I found some random props and also made a few bits and pieces in here to make it look like a shop. As we've still got before, these couple of real shops in there, so it actually is usable. But generally, that is now our studio store. So, moving back to our entrance, we've done a little bit more detailing on these buildings as part of our new main street. But generally now, that is about it for our Backlot Tram tour. This is episode number 11, and in today's episode we are going to get started on the right hand side of the entrance plaza, where we're going to build some brand new buildings and facades to cap off this side of the plaza. At this stage I am still unsure exactly what this ride is going to be, but as we get into the build I'm sure we'll figure that out. So that's exactly what we're doing today, guys. This section of the park is going to be started. So let's jump into a time lapse and then I'll be back at the end of the video, as always, for some live footage. Hello then guys, welcome back. So today we've done a little bit of work over this side of the hub area. So we have made a county hall building, which is kind of like a, I don't know, a town hall type thing. It is just a facade, but it is there just to add a little bit of a new type of building to the hub area. Down this way, originally it was going to be another backstage area, just like the one over there, but I thought, nah, I mean there's no actual toilets at the entrance of the park. So I thought I'd tuck some away just down the back, just here. So that's all down here, just a little bit of a greenery area and some toilets. And also this wonderful little phone booth that I found on the workshop. So thank you to whoever it is who made that one. Let me have a look. Melody479. So a big thank you to you for that amazing phone box. So moving on, we've had a little bit of lighting. We've had a bit of foliage to the side bit here, just a little garden using those coconut pieces, which are amazing for planters. We've added a sign and some lighting just to give it a little bit of a pop in the dark. Now moving on to the next building over here. This is Studio 1. This is the park entrance gift shop. Or at least it would be if this was like a real park. So as you can see in here, we've got some props out the front, a police car and a few of the usual gubbins over there. Studio 1, props, clothing, food, drinks, souvenirs. Come inside! Yes, let's. We've used some of the glass pieces on the front because I haven't actually used those yet in this build. So we've just got some big windows, a little bit of a glass top at the front of the doorway just here. I've seen that in a few shops, so that's the reason why I've done that. In like malls and stuff, you tend to get that. We've had a bit of lighting around the edge and some of these random flags, which I don't know if they fit, but I quite like them. I don't really know where else in this park we can use that. So inside we've basically just got an array of different shops. Just a memento, balloons, hats, Gulpy Energy, donuts and water. And then over this side, using some billboards with the background piece that we kind of use as the logo to the park and the kind of generic branding, which is the same way as why we've got it on the sign just here for Studio 1. So they're the two buildings that we've done. I've done a little bit of work on lighting. I've lit these two buildings over here, added some new light towers to the main plaza. But generally, guys, that is about it for today's episode. Now, I know it's probably been quite a disappointing one and quite a short one, but this has took me about 2 hours, and that's all I've got time for, unfortunately, today. So apologies for a very short episode today, guys. But I have, like I said, there will be plenty more coming in the next couple of days. So on that, let's just jump back into day, and then we'll talk about the plans for the rest of the area. So, obviously before here we had the big sign and wall that said Back to the Future ride coming soon. Don't worry, that hasn't been forgotten about. That is still going to happen. There's going to be a big show building behind here, very similar to what we've done over this side with the show building behind the facade. We're going to do very similar over that way. I'm not going to have the entrance here, because I think that's a bit too similar to the Hollywood tour there. But what we are going to do is have another one of these little stretch of pathways running up this way, and then the entrance will actually be over behind this building just here. And that's the main reason why I've actually done these as full builds. I need to finish the backs off, but at the moment these are the start of full buildings. Like I said, these are going to be double-sided facades. Well, I say that facades actually are usable buildings other than this courthousey thing, but then the show building for the new ride is going to be in this direction here, so this whole front is going to be one big facade for the Back to the Future ride. Right, so here's the other thing that I want you guys to do for me. I'm going to put another poll up in a couple of days up on the YouTube community page. So it's the same place last time. You guys chose what ride we were doing over here, which was Back to the Future. And there's going to be a brand new poll heading up around about the same time this video goes live. So have a look on the community page here on the channel and get your input into this park. As I'm loving the fact that you guys have been so interactive so far, and please keep that up. And as always, if you've got any questions, queries, comments or suggestions for anything, drop those down and I'll try and answer every single one. If you haven't done so already, like the video, as it really does help me out. Thank you ever so much for that. And if you haven't done so, please subscribe, then you can stay up to date with all of our content here on Pause Games. Now guys, in today's episode we're going to start work on the Back to the Future ride. That is going to be housed just behind these two buildings in a brand new show building. In today's episode we're going to get started on the facade, which is going to be based on the clock tower that appears in the movie. That's going to be the main entrance to this ride. So let's jump into a time lapse putting together this facade. Okay guys, so there we go. The facade for the Back to the Future ride is in and complete, and you can see it just on your screen right now. So we've put this little garden just out the front. So the little garden isn't really in the movie, but there is a little grass area, so it kind of works. We've got the DeLorean just out there, which has got a nice hovering effect. And the actual building itself is pretty accurate, as close as I can get to that of the movie. So the way this is going to work is, at the moment, this is just a facade, but the actual building over here is what's going to house the ride itself. In terms of the entrance, I am not sure if I'm going to have the entrance through the main door here or around to the side just yet. I'm going to have a play with that off camera, as I quite like the way the door is in the actual ride itself, and there's no way of doing like an open door, at least not that I can find a way of doing yet, but I'll have a go. But let me know what you think. If you think I should have the entrance here or around the back, I don't know. I'm open to suggestions, guys, so let me know. So that's the plan. So the main show building is going to be behind here. This is going to act as the facade and the main entrance. So that is about it for today's video, guys. I hope you've enjoyed this. And remember, this ride is because of you guys. I asked a few weeks ago what theme and IP you would like to see in this park, and you selected Back to the Future. So thank you for your input, and I'll get another poll up very soon where you can vote on the next ride here in the park, or show or attraction. I haven't decided yet, but you guys are going to be in charge of the next attraction. And today we are continuing on with our Back to the Future attraction. We're going to finish off the front area just here in front of the facade, build the main show building, and actually get started on the ride. So I think I finally decided what this ride is going to be, and I think we're going to do an indoor launch coaster. That's the plan, guys, so we're going to get involved in that in today's episode. Now, as I mentioned in the last couple of episodes, we've got a couple of questions and polls up on our community page at the moment. The first question we asked is, can you name this park? So we've had some brilliant suggestions so far, but keep them coming in. If you've got any ideas what we can call this park, drop them down in the comments below this video or in the question on the community page. And we've also asked a brand new poll, so you can decide what the next themed area of the park is going to be. So that poll is up now on our YouTube page. So let's get into today's video, guys. Enjoy, and here's a time lapse. Okay folks, so let's have a look what we've done today. So we've made a start on the ride, the queue line and the station. So the actual coaster itself is in, and we've gone for a launch coaster. Now obviously the inside of this is going to be heavily themed. We're using screens and effects and all sorts of stuff to simulate the fact that you're going through time. That's the general idea for this coaster. It's custom layout. I'm not very good at making coasters in the game, so apologies that it's not the best. But I'm quite happy with it. I think it's quite nicely paced. I think it's all right for an amateur coaster builder anyway. So generally that's the idea for the coaster. We'll start on the inside of that in probably the next episode. But what I've been doing today is just starting work on this building here, which is going to be the facade for the station. And this is loosely based on Doc Brown's sort of workshop, garage, shed type thing that is in the movies. The scale is a little bit off. You can probably see in the time lapse I kept shortening it, heightening it, all kinds of things to try and make it look a bit better. Yeah, the scale's a bit rubbish to be honest, but it's a work in progress. But generally the idea is you come into this building, it's going to look a lot more like a workshop once I get into this. It's going to have sort of wooden beams, various bits and pieces that he's been working on, and this acts as, oh wait, there's a thing there, and this will act as the ride station before you head out into the ride and into the launch sections and all that kind of stuff. So that's generally the idea. The queue itself around here, there's probably going to be another little building over here that you go through to act as a kind of pre-show, but not really too much. But generally it's just going to be quite a winding queue that starts just to the left-hand side of the clock tower, just here, which is what we did in the last episode. So that's generally how it's going to work. There's going to be a little entrance sign here, so it directs you into the queue. And then just off to the distance just here, like I say, is the workshop. And there's going to be another building between this and this with a bit of foliage to make it look like it's all one sort of street. Might even do like a house here, just to give the impression like this is the house next door to where Doc Brown lives. But generally that is the idea so far, guys. It's very much a work in progress, but that is all the time we've got for today. So the coaster is in, the shell of the building is in, and as you probably saw me in the time lapse, just going around different areas, just seeing if you can see the building from any vantage points, and it's pretty well hidden, to be fair, and that was the aim. So when you're at sort of peep level, the highest part of the building is kind of over this back side over here, so it's the that houses the loop, and to be honest it stays quite well hidden. That's why I've got a couple of these quite higher buildings, so from this angle you don't really see it. And that's generally the idea of what we're doing with this park, is as with the ride over here, from guest angle, guest perception, as you come around this corner, all you will see, are these two facades. So this clock tower building, and eventually over here you'll just see Doc Brown's workshop. And obviously, like I say, between these two there's going to be more buildings, trees and foliage to give the impression that these are just standalone buildings, when in reality it's one big show building from the back. So that's generally the idea, guys. That's where I'm going with this part. Try and make it as realistic as possible using the items we've got. So that's where we are. So as I mentioned at the start of the video, guys, get on the poll, which is currently on the community page here on YouTube, and help influence the next part of this park, so you can choose what the next ride is going to be when we complete this Back to the Future area. The new ride that we're building is going to be over this direction, so probably behind this show building, and a brand new area of the park will be unveiled over here. So first things first, off camera I've been doing a little bit of work on the initial launch on the coaster, adding some effects and just trying out a few things with screens. So let's jump in there straight away and have a look at what we've done so far. So currently, as you come into this launch section, you've got some nice tunnels blocking the view from the station. Some smoke blocking the view from the station, and also some more smoke just here. And at the moment I'm just testing out some kind of light speed effects that trigger on these screens as the train comes into this section. At the moment I'm literally just testing it. There's one at the end and one all the way around, just to give the sort of impression of travelling through time, as obviously is what Back to the Future is. The general idea is this launch is the 88 miles an hour that you will launch in the movie, and then you'll go through various scenes in the dark section of the coaster. Think Back to the Future crossed with Rocky Roller Coaster. There we go. So that's how it works. That's generally how it works so far. That's the test I'm going for, just to give that impression of speed. Now obviously I know it doesn't work properly given the way these are all head on, but it's just a test, so this will be tweaked moving forwards. Anywho guys, that's what we've done off camera. Now let's jump into a time lapse and watch putting the station theming in, the queue theming, and also a couple of new buildings. So there we go, that's today's video, guys. So let's have a quick look at what we've done today in a little bit more detail. So first of all, here is the big entrance sign. Now I wasn't sure at first whether to use the big Back to the Future lettering, as it is pretty huge. I wish there was one about half the size of this, but I thought I'll customise it a little bit with some other signage, and I think it's come out quite nice. I might come back to this at some point and have another go, but at the moment I think it looks quite nice. Given this backdrop here with the DeLorean and the clock tower, I think it works really well as the main entrance to the ride. Moving to the station, sorry, the queue line. I've just put a couple of details in at the moment, more theming and other bits I might add down the line. But first of all, you've got the Hill Valley sign just here, which doesn't look anything like the one in the movie, but it's loosely based on it. Obviously, the Hill Valley is the little town that Back to the Future is set in. Just through the trees over here, we've added a new facade just covering the side of the show building. It's just a couple of fake buildings. Think of it maybe offices or houses or whatever. Again, it's not really meant to be too detailed, it's just there to detract from the building. Going through the queue, we've got a few trees, a little bit of area, then it goes into a kind of a bit more of an abandoned area just around here as we get towards Doc Brown's workshop. The 1640 on here is a nod to the address of Doc Brown's house in the movies, if you're wondering what that is. And then we come inside the station. Now there's various little bits and pieces in here. Think of this as his workshop / garage, hence why there's a DeLorean sat at the end just over there. A couple of screens just showing random bits and pieces, and just random movie props and wires and that kind of thing. This room looks a lot better in the dark, so let's jump to night. I mean, this ride is going to be a dark ride, therefore the evening is where we will view it when we go to the POV. So there we go, using some of these new light pieces here, some of the moving lights, which I think are absolutely brilliant, and then just a couple of spots lighting up the theming pieces from the roof. So from eye level, you don't really see the lighting, which is the idea. So that's the station, and then obviously we've got the light speed section just through there, which we still need to do a bit of work on, but that is the first bit of the ride that we've actually finished off. So there we go, guys, that's what we've done today. The ride's coming together now. I say we just need to light the queue line and the new buildings that we've put in here, and then we just need to do a bit more work on the ride itself. So I'm reworking this entire indoor scene of the ride that we did in the last episode, or a couple of episodes ago. I wasn't too happy with the screens that we were using, and after watching a couple of YouTube videos last night, I've seen a few techniques that work really well on this kind of launch. And basically what I am going to do, as you'll see in a couple of minutes, is use the magma wall pieces to give a kind of speed effect, and it works really well actually. So you kind of make a tunnel of these magma pieces around the track, and as the train launches through, I've got various lighting and effects, and I will add some audio at some point. And it gives the impression that you are travelling through a wormhole in this instance. Sorry. So that's what we've done today, and that's what we're building just here right now. So these are the wall pieces I'm talking about. So I'll just make a little tunnel of these, and it turns out quite good, to be honest. And I didn't really want to use the billboards, as they do put quite a strain on the game, and I don't think the effect was good enough really. So this kind of will give us a speed effect, and like I said, the idea is that we're travelling through time here, so it doesn't necessarily have to be a space starfield as I did originally. It just, the sort of time travel can be anything really, and this is the kind of wormhole that we're using. It just so happens to be these magma pieces. So that's what we're doing today. We're building this. I also do a smaller version of this tunnel for the end of the ride, so as you are travelling back to the present, and I start work on the finale scene, which is basically a copy of the clock tower structure that we use for the facade of this building. we stick the exact same building in the finale scene of the ride, so that is what you are going to pass through as you return back to the station, just as a you're back in present time kind of feeling is the thought process behind that. So as you can see here, I'm just making the tunnel entrance, so you gradually go into it and it's all sort of feeding into each other. It's not the neatest thing in the world, however, remember this is a dark ride, it's going to be dark. You aren't going to be, realistically, you will never ride this ride with the daylight sun shining on this. So as it is now with all the shiny reflections, that is never how you would see it. Obviously the limitation of the game is that has to be how it looks in the daylight, but all POVs and actual footage of this ride will all be in the dark anyway, so you'll see how it's meant to be. The reason I'm adding these rocks is to break up the flat surface of the magma and to give it a little bit of texture. As you'll see in a little while when we get into the dark and start lighting this, it really helps having a bit of texture and just having a little bit of something sticking out. The effects that we use in the tunnel then, we've got some lights that shine directly at you. At the moment I might remove those, it just kind of detract from the effect. And there's also some smoke bursts that come up as you launch down the tunnel, and also some plasma effects, and they're kind of like plasma explosions. So they go off as you go through as well. Altogether it works out quite nice. I'm still not 100% happy with it, but I'm significantly more happy with this than I was with the billboard attempt that I tried off camera last time. The other thing we add one billboard to the end of the tunnel, just where that black area is at the moment. And all we have on that is just an explosion that happens as you approach. Again, that is the kind of moment as you are travelling through the time, or through time. And generally the idea that I'm going for now with this coaster, just so I might as well talk about it here, so I've not really explained it. The main show building, so the bit you go into just here, so as you are taking this, what's the word? You're taking this element of the ride, this inversion, that takes you into the main show building. And generally what's going to happen in there, it's going to be pretty much a dark room. So think of Rock and Roller Coaster, think of Crusher's Coaster, Space Mountain, that kind of idea. It's going to be a dark room. Dotted around certain elements of the ride is going to be items, props, scenery, billboards, things that depict scenes from the Back to the Future trilogy. And as you go past them on the ride, they're going to light up, or the screens are going to turn on, or so on and so forth. So as you're going through, it will give the impression that you're just travelling through the different time periods and the different scenes within Back to the Future. So that's what I'm doing inside the ride. I'm not doing it as it's not going to be completely themed in there, because that will literally take us weeks. So that is what we're going to do, is various little scenes dotted around in different portions of the dark ride, lit up as you travel past using the triggers. So the scenes that I'm thinking already, I want to get some kind of train scene in there, as Back to the Future 2 or 3, I can't remember which one it is, has obviously the whole western element to it. So we've got a few train pieces, so that can be something that is like a bit of a jump scare as you're going past. Big train can appear. I'm going to try and get some kind of dinosaur element in there, as that's a bit that I do remember from the Back to the Future ride that used to be in Universal Studios. I'm sure there was a dinosaur section to that. I know we don't have any dinosaurs in the games. I might just use the big, like, what are they, like dragons? But I don't know. We'll see what happens if you can make it look pretty decent as you are flying past. But that's something we'll work on in the next couple of episodes. So here I'm just putting in that billboard I was talking about. It's just a little explosion, nothing spectacular, but it just triggers as you go down the launch tunnel. So that's generally what we're doing today. While I've got you guys, let's have a talk about where this series is going so far. So thank you ever so much to everybody who has been commenting on all the videos, liking everything, and getting involved, as I've been asking a few questions recently. So a massive thank you to everybody out there that is joining in. One of the main things that I've been asking recently is for you guys to name this park. and I've had quite a lot of submissions for that, so that is something I think in the next episode we're going to announce the name, and I've had some absolutely brilliant suggestions, so thank you ever so much for everybody who has suggested things. It's really great to see that you guys getting involved. And the other thing, the next ride theme poll is pretty much it's pretty obvious what the winner is going to be, so anyone who's looked at the results already, you will see which ride theme it's going to be, but I will do a full announcement of that, and also show where that ride is going to be in the next episode. So in episode, what will this be, 16, bloody hell, yeah, in episode 16 there will be a full announcement of the next area of the park that we'll start working on after the Back to the Future ride. So yeah, big things are coming, guys, so thank you ever so much again for all your support and interaction, and keep it coming. If you see something that I'm doing as well that you think could be improved, or you think, why am I doing that, just drop it down in the comment, ask, or give me some advice, because I'm no expert in this game, as you can quite clearly tell. So I'm open to suggestions, and I have been listening to you guys all the way through this build to try and improve, and I want to try and keep that going. So it's a community effort, this. So if you see something that looks really, really crap, just let me know and I'll go back and change it. Because I said I want this to be a community effort. So anyway, back to the footage. This is the little section I was talking about where I've added in the clock tower facade. It's literally just going to make up the end of the ride, a very slow turnaround into the station. I just wanted a sort of a light scene at the end, and something that could make it very obvious that you're back in the present. In terms of continuity, it doesn't really make sense that it's here. However, it's a ride. It doesn't need to make complete sense. Like I said, I just wanted something that's going to give the impression that you're back in the real time. It's going to be quite nicely lit in there. It's going to be the only scene of the ride that I'm going to give the impression that it's daylight, just so it seems like you're back in the present, and everything is back to normal. That's the idea of that scene. It needs a lot of work, but that's something we'll carry on into the next episode. So, like I said, generally think of this as a cross between the Back to the Future simulator ride that used to be at Universal Studios with a rocking roller coaster indoor dark theme. That's the idea of it, really. And I think it's coming together quite nicely. In all honesty, I've been kind of making it up as I've gone along with this build, because I didn't really have any kind of plan in mind before I started. A few people suggested coaster. Originally I was going to do it as another dark ride, but they're really time consuming to do a full dark ride, and obviously this park is built on that, so that's why this one is, I don't want to use the term cop out, but it's definitely going to be on the lightly themed angle on the inside, but that realistic, that is how these rides kind of are. I mean, using Universal Studios as an example, the Revenge of the Mummy ride has got quite an elaborate queue, an elaborate facade. The first scene is sort of like a dark ride. You're going through like a temple, like a tomb, fire effects, all that kind of stuff. But the actual coaster portion of that ride is pretty naff. I mean, anyone who's been on it, it's very much this kind of idea. Big warehouse, going through some coaster elements. But they haven't even got proper scenery. From what I remember, it's just sort of cardboard cutouts of like mummy faces lit up with UV like strobes. So it's very, very naff. I mean, the actual scenes in there that are in the dark ride sections are great, but the coaster bit itself is really awful. So real parks do this, so it's not unrealistic to have this kind of ride in a Studios park. And again, another example of that, in Disney Hollywood Studios in Paris, you've got Crush's Coaster, which again has got a lovely themed station, and initial scene where you're going through like an underwater scene. I think there's some like jellyfish and things hanging down. But as soon as you get up the lift hill and into the actual ride itself, you're just in a warehouse with some lighting effects that look like you're under the water, like bubbles and things. As much as it's a great ride, again, it's the actual coaster portion is relatively low budget. So that's what I'm going for really with this, and that's why I've purposely made this end tunnel a lot squarer than the initial tunnel in there. At first I did just copy and paste it, but it was a bit big, and these kind of end tunnels to these rides, some of them sometimes they are a little bit naff, a little bit random. So that's basically what we're going for. So yeah, the end bit here is just think of it as like an end portal as you're travelling back to the present, and that's what we've gone for there with that sort of little naff scene. The reason why I've used the elevator doors is I just like the effect of them and the way they look. Again, it's going to be very dark, so you're not going to tell what they are. The one in the station works because it looks like it's just a door in the station. The one at the end of the sort of this return tunnel, again, you don't tell it's a elevator door when you're on the ride because it's very dark. So that's the reason why I've used that one, just in case anyone was wondering. Here I'm just testing a few lighting effects in there with the sort of massive floodlights. Again, they're the only one that really gives off quite a natural light. It does spill out into the surrounding area, which is something I need to have a look at. But again, that whole scene needs a lot of work, so that's something we will do in a future episode. So the last thing I'm doing today is just putting a little bit of lighting around the queue. Still got a bit more work to do in this, and I also want to put some more props around the queue line as well, as that's something that I haven't done just yet. I'm going to leave you now with some kind of live shots of how everything looks outside and inside, and just a few little a little closer look at the scenes that we've done inside the ride today. So the first thing is, as the little teaser at the start of this video showed, the next theme of this park is now decided. So a few days ago I asked you guys on the community page of the YouTube channel, what attraction should we build next inside the Studios park? The three options you had were horror/haunted movie attraction, a sci-fi movie attraction, or an adventure movie attraction. A massive 141 of you voted, so massive thank you to everybody who got involved in this, and the clear winner with 63% is a horror/haunted movie attraction. So that is exactly what we are going to build over that direction, just over there. So beyond that pathway in this space will be a horror ride, and that's something we are going to start building very, very soon. So again, massive thank you to everybody who voted for that in the poll. Okay, the next thing that I want to talk about today is thank you to everybody who's been watching these videos recently. It means a massive amount, and basically I'm not going into too much detail, but YouTube made a few changes at the start of the year, which meant certain channels lost their partner privileges. One of those privileges being adverts, and they set a new threshold for channels to reach a certain amount of watch time and a certain amount of subscribers, and I am happy to announce and say, not that anyone cares, but we hit that target again yesterday. So massive thank you to everybody for watching the videos to get us back in the YouTube Partner Program. It doesn't change anything on the channel, the content stays the same, but it just means that a little bit of the costs of running this sort of thing, like the internet and that kind of thing, can now get a little bit of money back from the videos, like I did sort of 6 months ago. So that's brilliant. So again, thank you ever so much to everybody who's been watching and interacting with us to get us back to that threshold. It's really good. So thank you ever so much to everybody. And the next thing, a few days ago again on the community page, I asked if you guys could name the park, as I'm not amazing with names, and Clapboard Studios was just not really working for me. So I had quite a lot of suggestions over numerous different videos and numerous different questions that I asked on the community page, and I've been going back and forth on what I want to choose, but there's one that stood out all the way through, and that was a suggestion from RC Mayer, and I think we're gonna have to go for it. Clapboard Studios is the name that I'm choosing for the park. So in a few minutes, what we're gonna do is design a new logo for the park, which we will then implement onto the signage here at the front and the back of the archway. And yeah, we'll start getting branding up on the park. So yeah, Clapboard Studios. A massive thank you to all the people who did suggest names, and a big thank you to RC Mayer for that suggestion. Like I said, there was plenty of other amazing names that came through, but that's the one that just kind of stuck out for me, as it really sort of fits the theme. I mean, the first thing that we built was this ride here with this lovely clapboard on the side of it, so it fits the theme really well, and I think that is what we're going to go for. So this will be the last time we see this sign up here, which is a bit rubbish. It always has been from the start. So yeah, in a few moments we'll get designing the new logo, and we'll implement that here in the park, and then we can finally actually call this thing something other than just the studio park thing. So that's what we're going to do today. Make that logo. I'm going to make a little coming soon facade for the haunted attraction. But generally, guys, this is a very small episode today, just discussing those things that we've just talked about, the names, and the announcement for the next area. But like I said, the next episode will be another full one where we get back into the Back to the Future ride and hopefully get some of the effects finished off. There we go, guys. The Clapboard Studio sign is in and the new logo has been made. So it is on both sides of the entrance structure just here. And the other thing we've done today is get started on the facade for the haunted attraction, which is going to be in this area just over here. So what we've done is made a little bit of a teaser area, a little bit of a building, just to give a little hint as to what may be coming soon in our haunted area. So that is coming in the future, guys. So thank you again for everybody who did comment and vote on the poll for this next theme. And as I've mentioned before, we'll be back in the next episode with more from our Back to the Future ride. We'll add a few more effects to the inside and hopefully get this a little bit more finished. Now today we're back with the Back to the Future roller coaster indoor dark ride. So today we're going to build some props and scenes from the movies, including using some art shapes. I'm going to try and get things like the hoverboard made, using a lot of clocks, and also a couple of billboards and screens to get some scenes and characters from the movies into this ride. I'm also planning to make a little movie at the launch at the start where Doc Brown is maybe giving like a very brief introduction. So there's a few things I want to try and a few things that we're going to try and put into this ride to try and make it a cohesive experience. But generally it's going to be a dark coaster where illuminated scenes are dotted throughout the ride that will light up as you go past, going through different scenes, props and things like that from the Back to the Future series. So that's the plan. So let's jump into a time lapse as I'm putting a few of these bits together, and then I'll talk through what we're doing over the top of the video just to give you a little bit more information. Okay, so we're going to start with my recreation of the hoverboard, which I believe was from Back to the Future 2, I think. So Marty McFly's hoverboard, the very sort of pink, garish Mattel, sort of 80s, 90s style modern hoverboard. There's a picture, I'll stick a picture up here just so you can see what it's meant to look like. So I'm going to make a very rough recreation using some of the art shapes. Now this prop is only going to be seen for a couple of seconds as you fly past it in the ride, so it's not 100% accurate or detailed, but it gives a very good impression and a very good a very good glance that you know what it is. If you've seen the movies, you'll recognise it. It's a very recognisable item, prop, so that's what we're going for. So this actually is the second attempt of this prop. So I had the dreaded bug where the game crashes when you're using the art pieces and the gimbal for moving things around. In fact, it's actually the first time I've ever had a crash using the XY axis features, movement features. So yeah. I'm finally joining the team of people who have had that annoying crash. I pretty much got the design finished on the other one, and then the game just froze and I lost everything. So it's fine. This is the second version of the footage. I mean, I still have the footage of it, I just don't have the actual board, so there's pointless putting that in this video. So it's very much like you can see here, a pink background with various just 90s shapes running up and down it. I mean, anyone who's a bit of a 90s kid will probably recognise this kind of style from a tracksuit your mum might have wore back then, or maybe your weird auntie, I don't know. But this is the kind of design that was all the rage in the 90s. So obviously for the movie of when the Back to the Future came out, and they wanted to try and make it look really futuristic, so they used quite a lot of 90s features with a modern twist. I mean, if you look back on that now, I think, from what I remember, I think it's actually set in 2015, Back to the Future 2, and I mean, the fact that there's a hoverboard in it shows that they obviously thought the future would be a lot better than it actually is, in terms of technology anyway. So anywho, here we are putting in the ride. There's a couple of little wooden platforms there just holding it up, and I'll just test a few ideas with lighting. The thing we go for in the end is just a one spot, fades on, fades off, which is done on a trigger. Like I've mentioned a few times, and just for anybody who's new to this series, I'll explain what we're doing. So, pardon me, I've got a bit of a sore throat, so apologies if I'm coughing. Anywho, so, yeah, the idea is, if you've been on a dark coaster, so there's been a couple in the UK, no longer operating unfortunately, but there were a couple. The Black Hole Alton Towers used to be in the big black tent. We used to have, what was it called, Space Invader, I think it was called, in Blackpool Pleasure Beach. I mean, the building for that is still there, actually. It's just next to Nickelodeon Land. It's where the pasta restaurant is now. That used to house an indoor coaster. I mean, the only one really in the UK that's still operating is X No Way Out. Well, it's now The Walking Dead. at Thorpe Park. Basically, that's the style of attraction we're going for. So to put it into a comparison with something abroad, Rocky Roller Coaster, Space Mountain at Disney, those kind of attractions, Revenge of the Mummy at Universal. So the general idea is that as you're whizzing through the high-speed roller coaster, there are scenes, props, and screens and all that kind of stuff around you as you're flying through, tediously linked to the movies, and that's the theme I'm going for with this ride. I could do it as a complete full dark ride, but I don't think this warrants that, as that's going to come down the line when we do the sort of haunted attraction. There will be some kind of other sci-fi attraction in this park as well, so there's other opportunities to do full-on themed dark rides. So what we're doing here is using these wonderful 88-mile-an-hour signs that came with the Back to the Future pack. I'm putting them around the track. We had a few more towards the end of the video as well. So from the perspective of the train as you're whizzing through, it's as if you're going the best way to describe where my mindset is for this video, for anybody who's been on the Tower of Terror, the Florida version of the Tower of Terror, there's a scene in that, I believe it's called like the Fifth Dimension scene or something, which is the bit where the elevator travels forward through a sort of Twilight Zone style theme, and in there you've got like big eyes, and you've got like clocks and things moving around the edges of you, to give a kind of like really weird feeling that you're travelling through like a different dimension and time and all that kind of stuff. And the Disney effect works really well, to the stage where I've been very theme park obsessed my entire life really. And I went on the original Tower of Terror in Florida the year it opened, 1994, when I was 6 years old, back when it used to just do one drop. And that image of going through that scene and seeing the sort of big eye and all the clocks and that's just weird scene has always struck and remained in my head. It's pretty much one of the only memories I have from that whole trip, from back then. Obviously I've been on it since, so I now know what it looks like in my actual memory, but it's just something that's always stuck with me. So that is the sort of mindset and the vision that I've had for this ride really, is little scenes like that. And this first bit with the 88 miles an hour is just the start of that really. One thing I mentioned here, that I will go into a bit more detail towards the end, but I'm trying to make this ride as realistic as possible. So if there is a light or a bit of a prop, a bit of theming, a screen, anything like that, I want it to be as realistic as possible. So I'm going to put in supports and in some cases maybe even wiring, projectors, things like that, just to generally in the daylight it will look real, and just so for peace of mind I can know it's there, to try and make it as realistic as possible. I don't want anything floating, but then in the dark you're not going to see any of it anyway. Like all the support structure for these 88 miles an hour signs, as you go through the ride in the dark you don't even see it, so it's completely pointless. But it makes me feel better that it's there and it's realistic. The next thing we do is we use some of the big clock pieces to kind of make the next scene, as I'm carrying on this theme of like going through time for this first portion of the ride. Those clocks act as part of that. Here is just a little bit of a rock wall. This is just to kind of block the view from this angle of the ride, and that's just kind of set on a steady strobe. Because again, as you can see, I'm going to wall in each of the areas as we get to it. And this first one, we've just used the star walls to just give it a bit of a texture as you're going through, and it kind of fits the theme of space travel and time travel and all that kind of stuff. So it tediously links. So each area and each scene will have it kind of cap off, so at least you don't see the other scenes from the other parts of the ride, so nothing's spoiled. And again, it might look like I've just put a wall down the middle, but that's how rides work in the real world. Even some of the big ones will have just scrim or a bit of cloth or something really tacky separating the scenes. I mean, it is just how it is in these kind of rides, as they're never meant to be seen in the daylight. So they are quite tacky on the inside. I mean, I've mentioned it briefly in another video, but using Universal Studios as a prime example of this, the Revenge of the Mummy ride has got kind of like UV scenes of like scary faces and mummy heads and that kind of stuff as you're going through the ride. And they was basically just cardboard cutouts stuck on like a bit of truss with a flashing light shining out of it. And this is in the Universal Studios park, so even the big boys do skimp on certain elements. So I am not opposed to joining them and saving a little bit of money in my imaginary park by doing the same thing. So you might see random little areas like the walls where there's just a bit of black or a bit of a star cloth or something just to break it up. But when you're on the ride in the perspective of the guest, you don't really notice it, and it just adds to the experience. So here is the area I was talking about with the clocks. I've used a couple of different sorts, as there's a few in the game. The big ones that light up are brilliant for this, as it works so well. The little ones unfortunately don't light up, so I've had to use some strobes on them. I've toned the colour down to a sort of a grey, so there's not much light spilling out. But generally I think it gives quite a good effect. I'll probably go back and add a few more clocks to this scene just to bump it out a little bit, because you do actually go quite slow around this corner on the coaster. And then this is then going to link into the next scene of the ride, where the first inversion, so the big vertical loop, is. So that's going to be the sort of first main scene. There's a couple of times you might see me like that going into the POV. It's just so I can get an idea of if my vision's actually working and it looks decent from on ride. And for the most part, it looks quite good, to be fair. The vision is kind of in my head, it's there. So yeah, I'm quite happy with it. So all I'm going to do at the end bit just here is add a couple more of these 88 miles an hour. It's looking a bit bare, you go through it quite quick on the ride, so I just wanted to extend it up towards this airtime hill. And I also hang some from the ceiling as well, again just to give it so you've got a 360 degree experience as you're travelling through the ride. So there's going to be a bit of a not slow motion, there's going to be some live action footage at the end where I show you all this in a lot more detail. But don't expect a POV anytime soon. That will come as soon as this ride is finished. I've got quite a lot more left to do, as I need to get some videos done for billboards. My plan is to get Doc Brown and some kind of speech to introduce you to the ride. I don't know how I'm going to do it yet, but I've got a few ideas in my head, so that's something that we'll try and do between episodes, and I'll stick them in the ride at some point. So while that's being done, don't expect any kind of full POV, but there will be one eventually, so look forward to that. So yeah, we're basically coming to the end of the footage, guys, so there's not really much left to speak about today. Hope you've enjoyed this little bit of a footage. Let's have some closer in-depth look now at what we've done today. Okay, so let's have a closer look at what we've done today. So we've added this first scene with all the 88 miles an hour signs that are just dotted around the track, so as you're flying through it gives you that kind of impression you're entering into this Back to the Future world. Then down here we come to our first themed prop. So we've got this hoverboard which is made out of art shapes. This is triggered as the train comes down, so it sort of fades on, lights up, and there's a near miss with the rock just at the end that a strobe appears just as the train comes. So the train coming just now, so I'll show you how this looks. So yeah, that fades on and off, and the rock lights up at the end. The next scene we've done here, we've just added some of these clocks around, so as you're speeding past, gives the impression that you're going through time. Some of them are flashing, some of them are just on standard, just on their standard lighting, and they're all at different angles. It kind of gives a very Tower of Terror kind of Twilight Zone kind of feel through this area. There's a few more clocks down there, and that's going to lead into the section where we have the loop. So there's going to be another scene heading down that way as you go into that loop area just there. But so far, guys, that is the effect so far. There's a few floating lights and things at the moment, but those will be rectified as we go through. As you can see from the daylight, I'm trying to make this as realistic as possible in terms of the way these effects are working. So everything has got a kind of support. Obviously in the dark you don't really notice that, but these are all connected via a kind of framework, either to the track or on their own supports. and again, this is just to give it a little bit of realism throughout the ride. The same for the clocks that are on the next scene. They are all either hanging from the ceiling, a bit too high. Yeah, either hanging from the ceiling, or they are just on posts or walls, and that's generally how I'm going to go through this ride, try to make it as realistic as possible. Even down to the hoverboard has its own wooden supports holding it up. Now obviously we never see that on the ride, but I just like to have a little bit of realism there. So this is kind of how the ride is going to work. There's going to be odd little bits of theming here and there, giving the impression of scenes from the movie. This is the first one we've done, and there'll be plenty more coming soon. First couple of minutes is just going to be a little bit of time lapse showing a few tweaks that I've done to the scenes already, added a few new walls and that sort of stuff, and then towards the end we're going to do a little bit of work on triggers on this pre-show. So let's jump in, guys, to the time lapse. Okay, so let's talk through a few bits of what we're doing today. It's nothing too exciting, so apologies in advance. We're adding a bit more rock work just here. I want to try and enclose the area a little bit more, as there's quite a lot of track that you can see, as I have tried to make this ride quite condensed. So I'm adding a lot more walls to try and break up the different scenes. Some of this track, like this track that goes along the bottom here, is actually going to be from a later scene down the ride. So I want everything to be kind of individual, but remain as compact as possible, and that was the kind of idea for this ride. So I've added a lot more of these black walls. As I mentioned in the last episode, don't expect it to be perfect. These kind of dark rides are a lot of black cloths and walls and sort of really badly put together inside. Believe it or not, there's not many. You're not meant to see them with the lights on. So why put more effort in where it's not needed? The real parks get away with it, so I'm going to do the same. So yeah, adding a few more rocks here just to cap off this area a little bit and hide some of the other workings of the ride. I move the clocks around a little bit as it doesn't really look as effective as I wanted it to. Adding a lot more of these sort of star walls really helps get the idea across that I want. So this whole section that we've done so far of the ride, the launch, the 88 mile an hour sort of airtime hill, and the scene with the clocks, is generally the initial, is one scene really, where that is the going through time scene. As you'll see in a few minutes when we do a little bit of work on the launch and pre-show, I'm starting to use some scenes from the actual movies, so some actual clips. And the general gist of the storyline for this ride that I'm going for is that Doc Brown is controlling the ride vehicle using the remote control, which he does in the movie. So the ride is going to start with a video of Doc Brown holding the remote control, getting it up to speed, flicking the switch, and then that switch launches you into that initial launch tunnel. So that's generally the idea I'm going for. So this scene with the clocks and the 88 miles an hour sort of flashing lights is that initial launch sequence. Now I tried a few things here with stars and stuff. It looks awful, so I took them out, but I was just trying a few things. The hoverboard we made in the last episode that I have at the bottom of this scene, I will probably move that to a bit further down in the ride, as it is now I've sort of changed my vision of this first half, or this first quarter. It doesn't fit anymore with what I'm going for, so I think I'll move that somewhere else. So this scene is literally just going to be the 88 miles an hour and the clocks, and that's going to be your initial time travel kind of scene. So that's what we are doing here. Like I said, just adding a few more clocks, a few more walls to try and completely cap off this first area. I'm going to use a lot more of the billboards as we go through the ride to introduce some other characters and actual movie scenes and clips to give it a little bit more realism. Whether I'm going to get complete copyright strike from YouTube for putting clips in these videos, I don't know. We'll figure it out, but I want them in the ride, so don't worry about it. And then I want to utilise the train at some point in here, as I believe it's Back to the Future 3
that has quite a Western kind of train element to it. So yeah, I want to use that in this ride as well. So yeah, there's not much else really with this today. These walls, adding a few more clocks, but the main bulk that we've done or are about to do is going to be the launch sequence and the pre-show. As I'm going to call it a pre-show, however, it's not much. So yeah, let's jump out of time lapse now into a bit of live footage, where we start work basically from the station onwards, as I'm going to sort of redo that whole initial launch sequence. So yeah, let's do that now with some live action footage. Right, so we're going to do a little bit of work on the pre-show now. Well, I say pre-show, the little launch sequence. So we've got the screen just here above the entrance door. Basically, what this screen has is a short clip from the movie, which is where Doc Brown is controlling the DeLorean. And then that switch is the launch. So there's this first screen here which triggers as you go through. There's going to be, let's put another screen in here so it continues on that movie. And then I've got some sound effects in here to add on as well. So let's put this, let's figure out how we want the screen first of all. What kind of screen do we want? There we go. Okay, so that plays the same movie. Just this one just here. So we want it to activate on the same trigger. So back into our ride. And back to our pre-show. So connect objects, yes. So then both screens should launch at the same time. And the door opens. Right, so I think there probably needs to be another one of those screens here. Then we put the screen on. There we are. So this might look a bit weird in the day. In the night, in the dark, it should give the effect that I want it to. All being well. We'll see. It's all a bit of a trial and error, to be honest, at the moment. So let's go back to the pre-show. Connect object. Yes. Right. Okay, so that launches. So then we need to add in some music, some audio, as I've got some triggered audio effects. So audio, we have the triggered speakers. There we go. Right. So, all being well, this should be in here, this one. There we go. So that's the launch audio. So basically what we're going to have to do are these is if we activate on trigger, push that into the wall, Actually, or should we have them under the track? Might be better. Yeah, I think that will actually. And then one more here. There we go. Okay, so they'll start at number 1 here. So let's see how that sounds as we launch that. See if it's loud enough. Right. So let's try that now. In the dark, from the ride view, and see what happens. Okay, it kind of works. It's a bit too quick. That's my only issue. You don't quite get the full video. So how can I change that? Okay, let's try a bit slow, a bit faster. But that's basically what we want. I wanted to slow it down enough to go through this little section. There we go, that should be enough. Yeah, there we go, that seems okay. Let's check on the ride. There we go. What I'm going to do is mute these because these are being really annoying. There's these two screens in here that I've got that keep playing and they're very irritating. There we go, that's better. Right. So, let me see if I can try and move these screens around in here because I don't like the way there's one small and one big. I think that looks a bit naff. So maybe one screen at the top, would that be better, do we think? So if I move this screen, let's get rid of that one. Let's have a look. If I move that, to there. That better? Kind of works. Let's add a bracket on it or something to make it a bit more realistic. What should we use? The big one probably is the best one to use. It's a decent sized screen. Right, let's have a look. Let's try that again. Stop it. Open. And have a go. See how that works. Come on, ride. Happy with that. I like it. I think I've got rid of my other trigger effect though, which I'm a bit annoyed about. Because before I had an effect that triggered loads of smoke and stuff down here. That looks like it's been deleted. I must have deleted that when I changed the track. Yeah, so that one's launch audio. So that's our new trigger. We'll put it all back in while we're here. A little bit better. So the other thing that I want to do while we're in here is the original launch sequence. I had that. In fact, is that still there actually? Oh wait, maybe I did. Maybe I linked it to this. Oh, I did. Right. Okay. So the whole thing I've just redone. I forgot. I linked it to a thing. So, everything I've just done is pretty pointless. There we go. Does that include the lights? I don't think it does it? I would just say connected to that. Right, well let's change what we've just done then. That's all we need to do. Is just change this. And then all we need to do is at the launch. Is there an easy way to delete all this? Probably not. So connect objects. That. And what did we have it at? Was it? That kind of looked quite good actually. Let's put it at 0.5 though, just 0.5. Just to check that that's okay. Right, let's have a look at that from on ride. There we go. That's better. That's what we wanted. Right, so hide this. Don't need him. I knew there was a reason I used a sequencer. It's been so long I forgot. Leave me alone. Right, so let's just watch that again. Let's watch from a different car this time. Let's see how that looks. Okay, the door's kind of closed on me then, but that's fine. Right, so how do we do that with the doors? Let's have a look. Can we change the length of time? Is it opening too soon? Let's watch this back and just check how this is doing. We might be able to change this. That's the only problem, you can't change the length how long the doors stay open for. Ah, that's a bit annoying, that is. There's not much I can do. Let's have a look. We can maybe... They start at different times. The screens. That's not a problem. Let's put that to 2 seconds and see if that helps. See if I can do it. I think that might be too slow. I think the door's going to catch it. Oh no, that could work. I still think it's going to slightly close too soon. Yeah, I don't think there's any getting around that, to be honest. Not to worry. Right, so that's the launch sequence pretty much done. So I think it works quite well, to be honest. Right, let's move on into the other things I've done a little bit off camera. No, that's the wrong bit. So I've put a load more star walls and black walls and all that kind of stuff around. I've added loads more clocks. So it gives it that kind of going through time kind of feel in this scene, and that's what I'm going for, really. So basically, let's have a look. Let's have a ride from the very beginning, and I'll give you the impression of what we're going for. So here's the ride so far. So there we go. I know we've not done much, but that is the ride so far. This whole first sequence that we've done is pretty much just to get the illusion of going through time. The next bits of the ride, we're going to start putting in some movie scenes from the actual film itself. So let's go back to the station. So yeah, generally guys, that is about it for today. So we've added a little bit more to the pre-show here. We've done the launch sequence, which again I think does work quite well. So I actually really like it. Let's watch it. Let's see how it looks off camera. So as it comes through. Yeah, I think that works quite well. Actually, I'm happy with that. It gives a bit of storyline to it that Doc Brown's controlling the ride vehicle, and that's basically what we're going for. I'm also doing a little bit more tweaking on the launch, added some new music, and also a little bit of music dotted around the ride. So here's a very quick time lapse, putting a few bits together, and I'll be back at the end to show you some live footage of how it all looks. Okay, so the first thing that we've done is added a little bit of music now to the launch. So let me just trigger it, and this is exactly how it sounds now. There we go. So we've got the actual theme from Back to the Future in there now. Again, I maybe get copyright strike for this video. I don't care. I want the music in there. It's a brilliant piece of music, and I want it in the park. Now, well, let's head over to the train scene. Okay, so here we are in the next scene of the ride. So this comes from the clock sequence, straight down here, and as you come around this corner, you are triggered. It triggers this screen just here. Let's make sure I've got the ride on so I can show you guys. Yeah, it's still on. So as you come down into this section, this screen triggers, showing clips from Back to the Future 3. You go up the loop, another screen triggers on the roof here, which gives you a kind of POV of a train, and then over the other side we've got an actual physical train set. So let's have a look at when it comes down. Okay, so here it comes, and this is how this sequence looks. So that screen triggers. The next screen triggers. So as you're whizzing past, you don't really notice much. Music comes on, and then down here we have the big train scene. So we're using the locomotive from the Studios pack, a little bit of fire, some billboards of just movie stills from this kind of scene. They don't really work exactly, but from a first glance it kind of fits. And then over this wall over here there is another billboard that shows the train crashing scene. So altogether, this is how it looks from on ride. So there we go, a very quick scene as it whizzes through, but that's generally the idea of this ride. So the billboards reset, the train carries on flashing around, and that is pretty much our train scene complete. So if we jump into daylight, you can see there's not much detail, but there is enough here to make the scene work. So like I say, we're using these backboards just there to give a scenery element to the ride. A little bit of rock and a little bit of physical tree to break up between the billboard and the actual scenery, and a couple of speakers to play the music. As before, we're using a lot of these black scrims to block the view from other scenes, and that's a theme that we're keeping going through this ride as we continue on this Back to the Future build. So from this glance, it kind of looks a bit of a mess, but once we finish off this ride, cap it all off, it's going to work. Trust me, trust me. So let's jump back into the station scene. There we go. Jump back into the start of the ride, and let's just sum up what we've done today. So a new scene is in. It's the Back to the Future 3 train scene. We've added some new music. So yeah, we're getting there now, guys. Today we're doing a little bit more work on the Back to the Future ride. I do a little bit of work inside, and then also I'm starting on something new just opposite this building here.
So let's crack on with the footage.
Okay, so let's have a little bit of a closer look at what we've done. So firstly, we've added a few extra sci-fi props inside the station building just here. And the main thing you might notice is the screen has disappeared. It didn't make sense being out here, so I've moved it inside. And the other thing we've done inside is, this brand new scene. So taking some comments from the last couple of videos, it was very clear that a lot of you thought the same thing I did, that the sort of lava in this scene didn't make sense before the launch, as it just looked a bit random. So I've added this kind of continuation of Doc Brown's workshop. So this is just a little bit of his workshop just here, which he is then launching us into the ride. So the rest of the tunnel has remained pretty much the same. The only thing that I've done is add a little bit of effects up here, just to disguise the lava tunnel as the doors open. So that is the first thing we've done here. Just added this new little scene to the ride, which I think looks quite good. So if I jump into the night mode, you'll see how it's supposed to look. There we go. So this is how it looks from the on-ride view. Using a lot of these moving lights because I think they look brilliant, and also a couple of thematic spots. So I think it's a vast improvement from what was there before, and I hope you guys agree. Okay, and then moving back outside. So I've been racking my brains what I want to do with this street for a while. I always knew this side was going to be the sort of facade for the show building, but there was a little bit of space that I had over this side here. And then I remembered that part of the Back to the Future pack, they actually released a Back to the Future version of the go-karts. So I thought, why not? Let's stick in a go-kart. At first I thought maybe go down the flat ride route, but I think this theme kind of works quite well, and we've got sort of a little Back to the Future sub area. So that's what we've gone for. Linking in Back to the Future with sort of the sci-fi props kind of makes sense. I know it's not exactly canon with the story, but I think it works quite well. So generally the idea here for the Back to the Future carts is at the back of the shop building has got a little bit of light theming, nothing sort of too in depth. There's a little bridge that goes over the exit path, and then so there are all the little DeLoreans, which you get to race around the track. I've just started doing a little bit of light theming. Again, it's not going to be much on this; it's going to be very light. A couple of old trees and various bits of props here and there, but generally it is just it's just a go-kart track, really, just a very simple loop, nothing too exciting. And then we just put some custom supports on the bridge, a bit of theming on there, and just started work on the little pathway. So in terms of the sign over here, it is just using some of the theming and one of the billboards, just to make it blend in with the area. So I know it's quite a vast stark contrast from this to this. However, in the grand scheme of things, within the area, I think it does work. And like I said, I needed to fill that little space, and that does that quite nicely. I need to finish off a bit of landscaping, some more trees, bushes, that sort of thing. And this path here will extend up here, moving forwards. I know there's a pond in the way at the moment, but yeah, this path will expand more, so the rest of the park can be built over this direction. Equally, we've obviously got more going this side of the park as well, where we're going to start on our haunted attraction very, very soon. That is still coming, guys, don't worry. That is the next thing. As soon as we finish this Back to the Future ride, we're moving back over there. So that is generally what we've done so far. It made a nice change coming back outside. It's been a while since we've looked around the actual park. So for the guys who haven't actually seen the park before, and you've just caught the last couple of episodes of the Back to the Future stuff, this is Clapboard Studios. So far we've got a indoor Hollywood dark ride here. It's a very low budget dark ride. We've got our big backlot tram tour, which is a pretty big ride. It goes all the way around here through various different scenes. That's our sort of main attraction for the park. And then we are just starting work on our Back to the Future area just over here. As I mentioned, there is going to be a haunted area to this side of the park, and eventually there's a lot more. If you look, there's quite a lot more space that we've got to work with. So we've got all this corner here where this path is going to extend up, and there'll be a little sub area down this way. And equally, we've got this haunted attraction and all this space around here as well. Even if we wanted to, we've got all this space at the back. However, I don't feel the park is going to be that big. We'll keep that for future expansion if need be. First things first, let's talk about the name of this ride that we did last time. So we used the Back to the Future go-karts just over here opposite our clock tower and Back to the Future dark ride. Well, more of a coaster. So this is the go-karts, and this is what we're going to work on today. So far we've done a little bit of theming of the back of this shop just here to blend it in with the area. A little bit of light foliage and a few tiny bits of theming on the bridge and just around the entrance. So today's episode is getting this finished, adding some more theming around the ride, and also getting the queue line to a reasonable standard. It's not going to be a very high budget ride, this one. It's very much a filler attraction. But onto the name. So in the last episode we called it Back to the Future Karts. That was a bit lame, a bit crap. We've got the Back to the Future ride opposite, so there's too much Back to the Future going on. So I have renamed it DeLorean Racers. As you can see at the bottom, it is sponsored by the DeLorean Motor Company. Obviously it isn't, but it gets a bit of realism into the game. I don't even know if the DeLorean Motor Company is still a thing. I mean, they're quite old cars. I don't know anything about cars. Anywho, that's what we've called it. So the DeLorean Racers is now this go-kart track within the park. So the first thing that I'm going to do today is sort out this corner, because look at how awful that is. I can't believe I left it in that state. This is horrible. Anyway, so I'm going to sort that out to make it look a little bit better. And I'm going to alter the track slightly. I might put like a little raise up in it. I don't know. I'm going to have another go at this because it just looks awful. Add a little bit more theming. And what I'm thinking I might do at the back over here, instead of just doing trees, I might do a couple of buildings from Back to the Future 3. So that was the sort of western Back to the Future, which is set in sort of the old Hill Valley. So I might just do like a fake barn facade, maybe like a couple of fake building facades just back here to give it a little bit, just to give it a little bit of theming, basically. Like I said, it doesn't really link in too well with the Back to the Future 3, but it'd be nice to get some buildings in there just to give it a little bit of a sort of prop angle. So we've got this nice building here, and then add a few more to the back. I don't know. We'll see how we get on, but that's the plan. Just a couple of facades, really, to just break up this area and block out the view, really, of the tram tour. So that's what we're going to get on with today. Do a little bit more work on the DeLorean Racers. So yeah, let's jump into a time lapse. Okay, folks, so as you can see, I've completely changed the theme of the ride. I wasn't overly impressed with the whole sci-fi angle I was going for in the last episode, so what I've done, I've completely rethemed the entire ride to a more Western approach. So like I mentioned at the start, I've gone for a kind of Back to the Future 3 vibe. I'm keeping the name DeLorean Racers. I've got rid of the billboard as it didn't really fit now with the new theme, and this new tower makes up the kind of entrance feature, which fits in quite nicely. So moving on down the queue, we've got rid of all the sci-fi theme in here, as it didn't really need it. It looked a bit, I don't know, it didn't really fit. So I've just gone for foliage, rocks, you know, the usual stuff. Over here onto the actual back of the station itself, I'm keeping it very open, and I'm not going to put a building over the station. This is pretty much how it's going to be. I just need to do a bit more fencing just to finish off the area, but generally this is what we've gone for. So this first building here is loosely based off some buildings that are in Back to the Future 3. This one, I think it's like a barber's type shop, and in the film this sign here is like a banner advertising the Hill Valley Festival, so that's what we've gone for here, just a little nod to the movie. And then the next thing over here, we've done the stable and the barn, which again is inspired by the one from the movie, hence the sign there. I mean, in the movie it's like an arched kind of sign, but you know, that's the best we can do. So this kind of makes the backdrop of the station itself. And what I've done is added some various sort of Western props around. This section here, you go through the train tracks, which again, this is sort of hinting towards the train element of Back to the Future 3. Again, we've just gone for very light theming, just rock work, bit of foliage, some various little set pieces, but nothing too major around the ride, to be fair. Then we come up to this section here, where you go straight through the barn. Again, there's not really much inside, a couple of bits of hay, and some like various little bits of theming, but all in all this is pretty much all you get. But you go through the set piece, out to the side, over here a bit more rock work, a bit more foliage, and a lovely advert for Back to the Future, now showing on Netflix. I don't know if it is, it probably is not, it probably isn't even on Netflix, but you know, these kind of parks would have this kind of licensing deal with certain brands. I mean, the Disney parks, the Disney Studio parks have adverts for Disney movies are dotted around. Universal do the same. So again, just give it a little bit of realism, and I just needed something to sort of back off this facade, as this is the other side of that facade next to the station. That is this building just here. So that's all we need to do, is cap that off, give it a bit of realism, and that's what we've gone for there. And then this comes back down into the station. The other thing I did at the start is I just tied up the actual trackway itself, as it was a bit random. This corner was awful, so I've just kind of made it a little bit straighter now to make it look a little bit better, and added the little slight height variant as well to the back. So that's what we've done. This is pretty much now complete, and like I said, a couple more fences around the edge, but all in all I think it's turned out quite nice. Like I say, very themed around the movie, well, loosely themed around the movie anyway. I'm sure some Back to the Future fanatics will be going mental over some of the details that I've missed or haven't done, or I don't know. It's not meant to be a recreation, it's just meant to be inspired by, to fit in the theme. So this is pretty much going to cap off our Back to the Future mini area of the park. So we've got this lovely area over this side, and I think it works a lot better now with the Western theme, as opposed to the sci-fi theme that we used before. This just is generally, the area now fits better as you look down this path. It was a very, very garish contrast between nice foliage and kind of sci-fi pieces, so I weren't happy with it, but so I'm a lot better, a lot more pleased now with this theme. So that's what we've gone for. If you've got any suggestions, comments, queries, anything like that, guys, make sure you drop them down below, as I'm always willing, always happy to take on your suggestions. So yeah, drop those down below, guys. If you haven't already done so, please like the video, as that really does help us out. And as always, please subscribe to the channel to stay up to date with all of our content. There'll be plenty more from our Clapboard Studios park coming very soon. And don't worry, we will be finishing off the Back to the Future roller coaster in the next episode. And then, hopefully, that will be pretty much done. And then we can move over to the other side of the park and begin on our haunted area. As I'm really looking forward to doing that one.